Armstrong, 12 take 21 to be 200 under. Bob Engelman, 449 left side. Gonna chase down the 539 of Daryl Tillman. Engelman in control by 34 thou. Give the win light to Engelman. At this time, we'll take the no box re-entry round. No box re-entry to lanes 5 and 6. Car number K145. K145, you are the potential buy run for the no box re-entry round. Once again, no box re-entry, lanes 5 and 6. Pretty close one, DeJaco and Budkowitz give the win light to Jimmy DeJaco, 13 and 6 thou under, taking 5 thou. Budkowitz, 19 and 7 thou under. Matt Shapiro, 476 the dial in left side. Gonna chase down the legend. Chet Dragon, 640 the dial in on the Bantam right side. Chet Dragon in control. Give the win light to Chet Dragon, 007. And 3 over. Shapiro missed it. Put it 4 under. That'll bring up Jeff Sarah. Jeffrey on a 478. Gonna be looking over at Mark Price on a 465. Separate them, advantage. Jeffrey, win light. Give it to Jeffrey Sarah, 009. And 16 thou over, taking 200. Price, 18, 2 over, no good. Shelby Rubel, 487, the prediction left side, and Michael Shoop. Shoop on a 474. 3 Hunt, separate them, advantage, Shoop. Win light, Shoop. 35, take 8 thou to be 3 over. Rubel missed it and put it 1 over. Final call, no box re-entry. Final call, no box re-entry. We need you in 5 and 6. Final call, no box re-entry, lanes 5 and 6. Steve Morgret, left side, 453, the dial-in, and Severn Johnson on a 472. Thou separate him, advantage, Severn Johnson, win light, give it to Severn, 002, 17 thou over. Margaret, 15, break it out 6 thou, had to take 4 thou or less. Greg Hicks, left side, 472 the dial-in. Heads up matchup, Dave Deeds on a 472 as well. Dave Deeds in control of this one, and he should see it. Oh, Hicks, 34, bails out. Feeds Deeds, 50. Hicks gonna light up the win light. Tom Dauber, 461, the dial left side. And the shank, Vince Schroeder on a 459. Got the dragster back out. Yeah. 4 thou, separate him, advantage, going to the shank, win light, Vince Schroeder, 003, 13 thou over, 16 total, taking 6 thou. Dauber, 007, and one above with a 5, no good. Lori Shapiro, 496 the dial-in left side. And I believe that's one of the Harbaugh cars right side, dialed in at a 464. At this time, door car re-entry, lanes 1 and 2. Car number 821, you are the potential buy run for the door car re-entry round. Once again, door car re-entry, lanes 1 and 2. Door car re-entry, lanes 1 and 2. Shapiro gonna get the win light there. 32, dead on 3, get there. 18 thou. Harbaugh, 24 and 2 above with a 9. Looks like he got behind down there. Anthony D'Agostino, 444 to the island, and gonna chase down the Rattlesnake. Bob Strunk dialed in at a 578. Four thou, separate them, advantage, Strunk, win light, drives it over to the center line, 008, and 15 thou overtaken, 2 thou, D'Agostino, 12 and 13 thou over, no good. Ricky Harbaugh, 461 the dial left side, and John Taylor Jr. on a 465 right side. One thou, separate him, advantage, Harbaugh, win light, Taylor. 4 dead, 7, 11 total, Harbaugh 3, take 10 to be 2 thou under. So once again, top bulb door car reentry. Top bulb door car reentry. You should be in lanes 1 and 2. Top bulb door car reentry. In lanes 1 and 2. Bryson, left side, 641 the dial in on the S10. Yep. And a 4th gen Camaro, dialed in at a 723 right side. 17 thou, separate them, advantage, Bryson. Win light, Mike Bryson, 50. 2 above with a 9, take 52 down there. Camaro late and way over. Jennifer Vignola, 609 the dial in left side, and Walter Gordon, a 589. Walter Gordon, that's Billy Lieber. Just reading the screen over here. Lieber, 001. 3 over, taking 700. Oh, it's a walk. Jeannie Northrup, 580 the dial left side, and a 534 for the square body S10. I believe that thing's got a Pro Charger. He is way red. Northrup, 25 and 15 thou under, moving on back into the main event. Evan Paust, 648 the dial in left side, and Dennis Cora, 686 right side. Dennis Core in control, 005 and way out there. Give it to Dennis Core, 005, 3 over, take about 400. Paust, uncharacteristically late, and 11 thou under. Sean Ford, 624 the dial left side, and Daryl Tillman, a 541 right side. Ford times out. Tillman, gotta get the win light. Final call, door car re-entry. Final call, door car buyback. You should be in the lanes. Final call, door car buyback. I'll bring up Michael Shubb, 579 at the dial-in left side. And Braden Aker of 552. Thou separate him, advantage going to the Chevelle left side, but the win light going to Aker. 35 get behind 23. Shubb 24 and 17 thou under. Erica rolls left side, 577. The dial-in on the Mustang, and Scotty Albrecht. Albrecht on a 580. Rolls, kicks it 4 thou red. Albrecht 13 and 6 thou under. .630 the dial-in left side. And Fran DeChico on a 557. 15 thou separate him, advantage going to the third gen left side. Win light DeChico. 31 and a thou under. 16 take 21 to be 7 thou under for the Camaro left side. Again, double breakout win going to DeChico. Michael Calabro, 608 the dial-in. The Chevy twice left side, and Michael Zeg. Zeg on a 538. Zeg gonna get the win light, 007 and 3 over. Looks like something was in the box wrong for Calabro. Mike De Leon, 638 the dial left side, and Tommy Zimmerman. Zimmerman on a 627. Zimmerman 1 thou red, but De Leon was ready, 003. And 9 thou under. At this time, we'll take Dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks, lanes 5 and 6. Dragster buybacks, lanes 5 and 6. Car number 1101. 1101. You are the potential buy run for Dragster buybacks. Once again, Dragster buybacks to lanes 5 and 6. Jay Ralston left side, 582 the dial-in, and Dustin Stockdale. Stockdale on a 604. I think he's typically a MIR runner. Made the trip up from Maryland. 10 thou separate him, advantage going to Stockdale. Win light Stockdale, 17 dead on 3. Get there, 8 thou Ralston, 27 dead on 1. Decent lap, but no good. That'll bring up Brody Harp, left side, 615. The dial in on the S10 Extreme, and Scott Popple on a 604. Popple, 5 thou red, give it to Brody Harp, 21. And 33 thou under. Jeremy Paust, 735 the dial-in on the Pinto left side, and Anthony Zeg. Zeg on a 618. Paust, 3 thou red, Zeg 007. And 3 thou under. Rick Shirey, 628 dial-in left side. And Mike L on a 582, 8 thou separate him, advantage Shirey. Win light right side, Mike L, 16 and 13 thou under. Shirey, 8 take 12 to be 17 thou under. That'll bring up Dalton Rolls. Rolls on a 515, gonna chase down the 610 of Brent Nowitzki. Thou separate them. Advantage, Rolls, win light, Nowitzki, 23. Dead on 8, take 14 thou. You could see Rolls tapping the brake down there to get behind 14 thou. Frank Zeg, 536. The dial-in left side, and Jim Cardy on a 576. Thou, separate them, advantage, right side. Win light, Zeg, left side, 20, dead on 5, Cardy, 10, take 29 to be 14 thou under. Jeff Flick, 545, the dial left side. And Steve Dunn, 569 right side. Thou, separate him, advantage, going to Dunn, win light, give it to Dunn, 19 and 9 thou under, take it 11 thou. Joe Dukin, 526 the dial left side, and Mark Price, a 546. Couple of fast door cars. Thou separate them. Dukin gonna pick up the win light as Pricey has some issues. 30 and had to lift. That'll bring up. Not sure who's driving the Tillman owned S10 left side because Daryl's standing there videoing. Dialed in at a 543 and Billy Lieber on a 554. Lieber in control of this one, 004 to a 32. How about 004 dead on 7, 11 total. .32 and 1 over, no good for the S10 left side. And the buy run for the top bulb door car reentry, 32 and 2 over the 583 dial-in. We're going to roll right into Dragster reentries. So first pair out of Dragster reentry, Tim Armstrong, 472 the dial left side, gonna chase down the 476 of Don Butkowitz. Final call, Dragster buybacks. Final call, Dragster buybacks. You should be in the lanes. Final call. Final call, Dragster buybacks. You should be in the lanes. Round 2, no box. You are on standby. Round 2, no box. On standby. Butkowitz gonna get the win light there. 40, take 1 thou to be 3 above. Armstrong, 27, and gets behind that thou. Brian Mahler, 506, the dial in left side. I believe that's Tom Seward. Mahler, 19 red. And hands it over to Seward. Frank Mark Jr., left side, 489 the dial-in. And a 464. Harbaugh, Dragster right side. Frank Mark Jr. gonna get the win light, 004, 13 thou under. Harbaugh, 4 red and 3 Hund under. That'll bring up Harvey Specter. 453 the dial left side, gonna chase down Daubers 461. You know, Rob was a big door car guy last year. Back on his dragster things this year so far. Dauber in control, 009. And 2 over. Domino 33 and 4 thou under. That frees up the rest of Rob's day, so I'm sure he'll be up here to harass the people on the mic. Heather Castelletti now, 474 the dial left side, and Jeff Wisniewski. Wisniewski on a 482 right side. Separate him, advantage Wisniewski, win like Castelletti. 11 dead on 1, 12 total. Wisniewski, 6 take, 14. Break it out, 8 thou. Castelletti to round 2. Jack Ostrowski, 438, the prediction left side, going to chase down the 480 of Glenn Seward. Ostrowski grabs it a little bit early, 18 red, Seward, 004 dead on, 5-9 total. Todd Martin left side, 473 the dialing, and Anthony Platania on a 458. Left side in full control. Win light going to the left side of Todd Martin, 29 and 2 over. Platania just missed it. Puts it 1 above, no good. At this time, we'll take round 2, no box. Round 2, no box. Lanes 5 and 6. Round 2, no box. Lanes 5 and 6. Car number HX56. HX56. Steve Ryan, you are the potential buy run for round 2, no box. Once again, round 2, no box. We need you to lanes 5. Round 2, no box. Lanes 5 and 6. Bob Kalibski, left side, 452. The dial in left side. Gonna give Zach Rothenberger a half a second head start. Three fouls separate them. Advantage going to Kalibski, left side, win light, going to Rothenberger. 17, dead on 2. 19 total, get their 6th foul. Kalibski, 14 and 11th foul over. Jason Wilson, left side, 478, the dial-in, and Kyle Bigley. HX56. Bigley on a 447. Separate them, advantage, Bigley, win light, give it to Bigley, 9 dead, 3. 12 total, locks out the 18 light of Jason Wilson. Wilson, 18 dead, 2, 20 total, no good. Shelby Rubel, 487, the dial left side, and Dave Deeds, a 471. Dave Deeds in full control. 10 and 2 above, take 15 thou. Ruvel needs to roll some out of the box. Chris Wilson, left side, 442 the dial-in, and Matt Shapiro. Shapiro on a 475 right side. 27th out, separate him, advantage, Shapiro, win light. Wow, Chris Wilson 30. 12th thou under getting the win light. Shapiro 3, take 28 to be 13th thou under. And the final pair of Dragster re-entry round, Ricky Harbaugh, 460 the dial left side, and Mark Price, a 466 right side. Ricky Harbaugh in control, 003. And one above with a 316 total. All right, so here we go. This is round 2 of no box. That's not Walter Gordon, that's Billy Lieber. Like I said before, we'll get the tech information in at least by the end of the day. The way CompuLink works is if you're running the race cars, you can't put tech information in that class. So right now we just gotta wait for some downtime. We'll get the rest of the tech cards in there, no problem. Lieber, 589 right side. Cressley, here in the 72 Camaro, 634. Uncharacteristically late was Lieber, but he's going to get a gift. Little gift there for Billy, as Robbie Cressley was 009 red. Both drivers breaking out. See if some adjustments are made to the dials. ET predictions here as the day rolls on. Here comes a matchup of the ages. Mike Fornwalt, Dennis Core. 580 the dial for Fornwalt, the buzzsaw here on the left side. 687 over there for the Super B of Dennis. 383 cubic inch Dodge powered. Full Mopar. Gonna light it red here. Dennis 23 red on the leave. All kinds of red on the screen. Both drivers under the dial. Mike Fornwalt's gonna move on into round 3. 24 green and 100 under the dial. Mike LaRose in one of the Flick cars, one of the Flick brothers. All on the starting line now. .004 red for LaRose, going to end his day in no box. 007 green for the Flick car. Moving on into round 3. All right, Jeannie's over there getting it lined up. Forward, backwards, forwards again. 578 for Jeannie. The prediction on the 67. Blue pickup here, tower side. That's Mike Bryson, 642 for Mike. to put out the call for door cars. Super Pro door cars, top bulb door cars, round 2 door cars. Need you now. Lanes 1 and 2. 147 Charlie, Chris Caparose. Car number 147C, Caparose, you are the potential buy. Oh no. Total heartbreak here for Mike Bryson. He had Genie on the tree by 64 thou and took 15 thou too much stripe. I don't want to tell you how much stripe he took when all was said and done there. Enough to put that ticket in the burn barrel where it's going to rest for the rest of the day. So here comes David Nashke and Brian Hicks now. All kinds of pickup trucks. Got pair in the water, pair in the line. About cut in half is Hicks. Nashke in control, and he gives it back. Yeah, same story here. Big reaction time advantage for Nashke, but taking too much stripe. He's under also by 15 thou, taking 63. Hicks 46, 2 over. Good enough to get his entry into round 3. Comes the Flegel pickup truck now. That's Marty Flegel, 613 the dial. Gonna take on Chris Gagne. 630 for Gagne. 13 to a 47. Chris in control, right side at the finish. Right side turning on the electricity. 13 and dead 7 is 20 total, locking out Marty Flegel right off the rip. All right, final pair of no box. We've made the call for top bulb door cars. Need you now. Top bulb door cars, bring it up. Lanes 1 and 2. Caparose on the buy. Possible, of course. Mike LaRose Jr. lights it big time red. 55. Got all of it there. Steve Ryan picking up the win, 23 and 200 under. Both drivers breaking out. All right, so we got top bulb door cars gathering for round 2. We're just gonna do a little short drag on the track. Keep it in tip-top shape here for today's 10K Friday. So once again, if you're a top bulb door car, you need to be headed down to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. You're a dragster, you got to start thinking about getting ready. Dragsters will be on standby. All right, we're getting them wet here. We got top bulb door cars round 2. That means if you're a top bulb door car and you're not here, you are now late. All right, we're going to kick things off here with Pete Biondo, the Terminator, 591. The Firebird here, left side, 545 for the 63 split window. That's Daryl Tillman over there. Tillman putting up some extra money today. Anybody winning their race with a perfect run is going to get an extra $2,500. We'll see if that happens today. Got 2 to a 12, 10,000 advantage going to Tillman. Double breakout win, give it to Biondo. Tillman out by 11th thou, Biondo out by 7th thou, 4th thou going to Pete Biondo. So like I said, we want to thank Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Should there be a perfect run in the final, that winner is going to get an extra $2,500. Now, the odds of that, I don't know. Somebody crunch the numbers. But anyway, any racer winning their class with a 005 pack or better will receive a check for $500. So hang on here. I'm getting a parts call. That's why I was on pause there. Hang on. I'm going to get squared away here.
All right, parts call, racer in need. If anybody's got a Magna fuel pump, 300 or 500. If anybody has a Magna fuel pump, 300 or 500, could you please take it on over to the front gate? So I'm going to try and get this advertising deal out here. We'll get it read here. Any racer winning their class with a 5-pack or better is going to get an extra 500 today. Any racer winning their class with a 10-pack or better is going to get an extra 250. So that is courtesy of Daryl and Lisa Tillman, who've helped over 1,500 families buy and sell their home. If you need any help with realty, you can go over and talk to Daryl in the pits. We want to thank him for putting up some extra money today. We see some nice packages in the finals. So Dustin Stockdale is going to take out Kyle Core there. Kyle, oh, tough break there, dead 2, but 5 thou red on the start it. Here comes Eric Perchak and Frank Zeg.
How long does that information?
Well, it's pretty even off the start. Only 4 thou separated these two drivers, but it's going to be a double breakout at the big end. Eric Perchak taking the win over Frank Zeg here, round 2. Got Kevin Little, left side out of Enola, PA, in the Willys, 551, giving the head start over to Rich Manginelli. Little's got 21 in his pocket, but does not get it done. Too much brake pedal there. Made a mistake there at the finish, left Manginelli around by 1 thou. Manginelli was 26 and dead 0, so nice finish line driving there by Rich Manginelli to pick up the win. Here comes a couple of young guns, Gavin Shoemaker, Brent Nowitzki. Shoemaker here in the Rapid Race Fuel left lane out of Hunlock Creek, PA, 604 the dial, giving a slight head start to Brent out of Slatington. Brent dialed in 611. Trans Am. Brent got a lot to work with off the let-go. Nice run there for Nowitzki on the whole shot. 006, dead 5 is 11 total, taking 3 thou stripe, as Shoemaker was a touch late at 35 and a few hunt under the dial, not in the race. Comes Kyle Bigley in Dad's car, 564 here left side, white Firebird, gonna do a wheel stand. Over there we got Richie, 618 the dial in the orange Camaro. Nice wheels up launch, 14 to a 41, Bigley in control. Kyle gonna light the bulb, 14 and on the brakes, 4 over the dial, as Richie was laid up front, and that was the story there. Comes Mike DeLeon and Mike Zeg. Even on the tree, anybody's race. Winlight, DeLeon, 19 and 1 over to get by Zeg 2 thou, as Zeg was 21 and 1 over the dial. Found himself behind at the finish. Here comes Steve Sisko in the Cavalier, left side, 603. And take on that big body car of
believe that's Jeremy Popple, 578 for Popple. Steve's in there fidgeting, doing his routine. He's got to hop up and down in the seat, swat the flies, as Robert likes to say. Well, there goes the elbow a few times. He's going to wipe the nose, scratch the chin. He's in stage. Here we go. 23 thou behind is Cisco, 002 for Popple. Wow, so Jeremy Popple's going to take out a hitter here in round 2. He's 002 and 1 over, taking 3 thou stripe as Cisco, 25. I mean, you can't really say that's late, but late for Cisco anyway, under by 1 thou. So Popple moving on. Pretty red Malibu here near side. That's Mark Talmadge, 607, taking on Steve Luteri. Steve says he's going to go 584. Steve's going to light it red, 6 thou, fouls it away. Talmadge was ready, 008. Legs it on down there to be 603 on the 607. Dragsters be ready. Dragsters be ready. Just a minute or two away here. Got Jack Grader now, 522. Rolling Thunderbird here, left side, 571 the dial for Paul Stravinsky. A couple of purple cars here. Ford versus Mopar. Thou advantage for Stravinsky. The local boy is going to get it done. Paul, 004 and 1 over, crossing second as Jack was 16 on the let go, breaking it out 3 thou, had to get inside 6 or less. Oh, we got a good one here. Dylan Biondo and Mike Lubineski, 009 to 13. Give it to Biondo. He's dead on the dial, 11 pack. 11th thou package for Dylan. Going to lock out the 13 bulb of Mike Lubineski. Done for the day there. Dylan moving on. All right, we got Francis Vignola, Joe Dukin on the line. Johnny wanted to let everybody know the souvenir and concession stand are open for business. If you're looking to get some lunch, some sweatshirts. We got the championship sweatshirts over there. Oh, we got a good one, 002 to 008. Wow, holy cow. Francis Vignola just slapped around Joe Dukin. 002 dead, 02 total. I mean, Joe, no slouch, he just lined up wrong. He was 008 and 1 over. What are you going to do? So, 2-pack for Vignola. He'll be in round 3. Got Fran DeChico now taking on Brody Harp. Fran's right side, 557. Brody's over here in the pickup truck, left side, 613. A little ugly here on the launch. Brody was big time green. Fran DeChico takes the win, 27-2 over. Good enough. Attention to the pits, we're making the call for Dragsters. Dragsters, bring it up. Round 2, Dragsters. 5 and 6. Left side was late. Anthony Zegg taking the win. 11 and dead on the dial is 18 total. So once again, attention in the pits. We need Dragsters in lanes 5 and 6. Possible buy run. Car 153, Doc Doherty. Doc, you can go to lane 7. All right, so Lieber's back up in his other entry, 554 the dial right side, taking on John Zula. John Zula is in a world of hurt. John was late, Lieber was 00, and that was the story. Billy Lieber moving on. All right, here comes B-Saw's buddy Mason Fix out of Buffalo, 693 in the dart, left side, taking on Steve Lenig in the wagon, 615 the dial. Anybody's race, only one thou separate these drivers. Steve Lenig gonna turn on the lamp, 22 and dead on. Takes 7 thou stripe over Mason.
Round 2.
Here he comes, the announcer, Zach Besaw, in the pickup truck, 674 out of Marion, New York, taking on Reagan Fox, 605 the dial, 69 Nova. Oh, it's a good one, 8 thou the difference, 11 to a 3. Right side advantage, right side taking the win. Reagan's package was Besaw's light, 11 total, 003, dead 8. Gonna knock out our announcer, who's gonna join me up here all day now, Mr. Zach Besaw. Get up here, Zach. Got Rob Croce, Scott Ulbrich on the line now. Trip 5 here, the dial for Croce. 580 for the pick-em-up truck. $21 to a 005, 16 thou advantage going to Scott Ulbrich. Wow. Wow. A lot of good racing here in round 2 door cars. Scott Ulbrich, 005 is dead on the dial to be 7 total. And Croce was no slouch, 21 dead 2. So 23 total, cannot get it done here for Rob Croce. 7-pack. round of the packages. Single-digit packages going out left and right here for door cars. Matt Harp now, 540 here in the left side, taking on Jeff Taylor. 67 El Camino, 568 the dial. Once again, we're looking for dragsters. Round 2 dragsters, bring it up to 5 and 6, please. Doc Doherty, you can go to lane 7. We'll take dragsters. Wow, we got another nasty race, 7 to a 4. Oh my God. Wow, you can't make it up here. The racing is tight for 10K Friday. Jeff Taylor, 004, dead 1, 5-pack. Matt Harp, 007, dead 1, 8-pack. So imagine being 8 total in round 2 and you're done for the day. Crazy work here. Jeff Taylor moving on. Here comes Sean Harp now. 57 Chevrolet, 522, taking on the pretty green Camaro of Steve Dunn, 567, the prediction. Both drivers late, somebody's got to win it. Right side advantage. Both drivers under the dial, Steve Dunn taking the win here. 7th thou, the difference in the double breakout, going Dunn's way. Here comes Tyler Ryan, 616 the dial, getting a 500 spot over Scott Tate, dialed 611 in the Tempest. Another call for dragsters to 5 and 6, round 2 dragsters. 8 to a 19, Tate, slight advantage. Scott Tate gave it back, had 11th thou to work with off the let go, took 5 thou too much stripe, had to get inside 20. Tyler Ryan, 19 and dead on the dial. Gonna move his entry into round 3. Marty Flegel, 558 over in the Chevy twice, over Biondo lane there. Lenny Wisniewski lining up left side, 544 the dial. Flegel gonna foul it away. 13th out of the red on the let-go was Flegel. Going to end his day. Lenny was 18 and dead 1, 19 total. All right, that's Big Ed in the car now, taking on the Tillman truck. Nice wheels up start for Ed. He's 7th out behind, 17 to a 10. Give it to the Tillman truck. Forget who we said was in that truck, Vin.
That's Tillman right now.
Oh, it is Tillman in there? Okay, so Daryl Tillman lays down 10 total on Ed Bigley. He was 10 and dead 0. So the packages and the hits keep on coming. Chris Capro is going to take a buy run. 17th out advantage for Frank Mark. Frank Mark taking out Crush. 003 dead on the dials, 11 total. Blocked out Jeff right off the hit. Taylor Carr's going to give it back. He had the 19 to work with off the let go, and he gave it too much brake pedal down there. Kenny Crown.
Jeff Sarah, I think.
Oh, was it Jeff Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff Sarah in the Taylor car. But Kenny Crown going to take the win here. Round 2. Comes K Money right side, Kyle Coltrera, 459 out of Elliott, Maine. Got Nino here in the left lane, 479 for Nino. Just 0.2 the difference here. Anybody's race, teens a pair, 12 to a 14. Wow, Nino's going to get it done. Nino, 14 and dead on is 15 total. Takes 11th out over Kyle, who was 12 and 1 over. Here it comes again. Frank Mark getting that perfect slow roll right into the pre-stage. Consistency is king in drag racing, and Frank Mark's got it down. You put a timer on that car and see how long it takes in to back up. I guarantee it's about the same every time.
Yeah, you probably.
All right, we're gonna get these bulbs lit. Another nasty one, 8 to a 5, double O's a pair. The Red Rocket gonna take out Frank Marr Jr. He's 005, dead 8, taking 005. So 005 takes 005 over Frank Marr Jr., who was 00 and 1 over the dial, 18 total on the losing effort. Problems for right side. Tom never launched. Chris would have been tough. He was 12. Saw his opponent wasn't there, clicked it off. Here's another one of B-Saw's buddies. This is Steve Dawson, the shorty. 490 on the dial board. Taking on Zach Rothenberger, who just was in the winner's circle here at Numidia not long ago. Zach, 501 on the Quay chassis. Rothenberger's all over him. Full control and lays down a run. 006 and dead on the dial. Takes out Steve Doss, who was a touch late, also dead on, but that was one on the starting line for Zach Rothenberger. Well, it wasn't too pretty there in the left for Miller. Glenn Seward's going to take the win here, 11 and on the brakes. We got Heather, we got Dan now. Heather Castelletti, left side 474, Dan Northrop 453. 11th thou advantage goes out to Northrop. See if he can turn it into a win like he does. Whole shot win there for Dan Northrop, 10 and dead on is 11 total, locking out the 21 reaction time of Heather.
Towed in.
11 pack, taking 4th out stripe. Dan's right where he wants to be for round 3. Comes a quick car, 438 the dial here for Dalton Rolls out of Muncie. Taking on Scott Lorish, Center Valley, PA. Scott, right side, 484. Advantage going out to Rolls. 9th out. 9th out advantage turns it into a win light. 14 and 1 over is Rolls. Comes Jimmy DeChaco, I know that dial board anywhere. You put that dial board in front of me, I'll tell you that's Jimmy DeChaco's dial board. 22 to a 12, 10 foul going to the right side.
I got back.
DeChaco is dead 0 to take 12 foul. I think the other side might have been Bonacor. He was 12 and 2 over. DeChaco 22, dead 0 is 22 total, getting it done. All right, he's back. Mr. Zach Besaw, gonna hand the mic over.
Matt Pizzolato, 446 the dial left side. And the Rattlesnake, Bob Strunk on a 578. Thou, separate them up front, advantage, Pizzolato, win light. Give it to Matt Pizzolato, 009 and 26 thou over. Strunk, 20 and 11 thou under. Dave Rubel and Dana Boshin. Boshin on a 466 right side. Rubel on a 463. Motion kicks it, 16 red. Must have bet it coming on. Rubel, 23 and 2 thou under. Pretty good matchup here. Bob Engelman and Paul Campanella. Campy on a 467. Engelman on a 449. Campanella kicks it 3 thou red. Engelman 22 and 9 thou under to move on to round number 3. Ricky Harbaugh, 460 the dial left side, gonna chase down the 493 of, I believe that's Tom Husigian. Thou, separate them advantage, Husigian, win light, give it to Tom Husigian, 001, 11 thou over, 12 total, Harbaugh 13 and locked out. Todd Martin, 474 the dial left side, and Don Butkowitz. Butkowitz on a 476. Thou separate them advantage. Butkowitz win light. Give it to Don Butkowitz. 008 and 7 thou under. Martin 16 and 17 thou under. Getting there 2 thou. Butkowitz will come back for round number 3. That'll bring up Jorge Bolano and Vince the Shank Schroeder. Bolano on a 463, Schroeder a 460. Round 3, no box. You are on a short standby call. Round 3, no box, a short standby. Schroeder in control, 009 to a 42, give the win light to the Shank. 009 dead on 2, 11 total. Bolano 42 and 8 thou under, no good. That'll bring up Lori Shapiro and Kyle Bigley. Bigley in control of this one. Has 27 to work with. Give the win light to Kyle Bigley. 12 and 16 thou over, taking 13. Shapiro 39 dead on 2, no good. That'll bring up Greg Hicks and Severn Johnson. 472's the dial for both of them. Heads up matchup. At this time, no box, round 3. No box, round 3 to lanes 5 and 6. No box, round 3, lanes 5 and 6. Car number 1X6Y. 1X6Y is the potential buy run for round 3, no box. Round 3, no box, lanes 5 and 6. Round 3, no box, will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Severn Johnson was 10 and dead on with a 5, 15 total to Hicks 15 dead 9. Severn Johnson to round 3. That'll bring up Chet Dragon 641 the dial left side and Dave Deeds on a 470. Deeds 3 thou red. Chet Dragon 32 up front and 2 over. Steve Morgret, 453, the dial left side, going to chase down the 465 for John Taylor Jr. Taylor in full control, scoop a rockin', wind light on. 003 and 3 over. Jeff Taylor, 449, the dial left side, and Michael Shoup, a 475, the right side. Separate them. It is nasty up front. Finish line, win light, Jeff Taylor. 005, take 14, Shoup. 004, bails out to put it 2 over, no good. So the final pair of round 2 dragsters, Jeff Sarah, 480 the dial left side, and Doc Daughtry, a 512 right side. Dead even up front, take it to the other end. Give it to Doc Daugherty. 17 dead on 7. Sarah, 17, take 9 to be 2 thou under. At this time, we'll take door cars round 3 to lanes 1 and 2. Door cars round 3 to lanes 1 and 2. Jeremy Popple. Jeremy Popple, you are the potential buy run for door cars round 3. Once again, door cars round 3, lanes 1 and 2. So just a quick reminder out there, we will still be having the second chance race. If you want to get in on that, you have to be completely out of competition of the main race, and it'll be $5K to win. So if you're out of competition in round 4 and you want to do a little bit more racing, there is the second chance race. $5K to win. And we are already taking entries at the gate. So if you want to get in the second chance race, you can run down to the gate, pay for it, get it done early. Be good to go. It'll be after round 4. That'll bring up round 3, no box. Mike Fornwall, 579 the dial left side, and Jeannie Northrup. Fornwall won literally everything last year. Yep, world champion for the pro class. Is it pro or mod? What do they call it in NH? Yeah, pro? I wasn't sure. But pro world champ left side. 4 thou separate them. Advantage Northrup, win light. Give it to Fornwall, 13, 12 thou overtaking 22. Looked like Northrup had to drive it a little bit down track. Drove towards the center line, pulled it back, put it 3 over. Brian Hicks, 587 the dial left side. Billy Lieber, 589 right side. Lieber is nasty right now. 000 and about 300 out front. Give it to Lieber, 9 total. Trip zip, dead 9, take 32. 28, 1 above 3 is no good for Brian Hicks. Chris Gagne, 630 the dial left side, and Steve Ryan on a 623 right side. 700 head start going to the left lane. Gagne in control of this one by 400. Give the win light to Chris Gagne. 37, 1 above 7, take 14 thou. Round 3, top bulb door cars starts off with a nasty one. Peter Biondo, left side, 591 the dial.
Extra number. Oh.
And Scotty Albrecht, a 580 right side. Biondo 6 thou red, Albrecht was ready, 007, dead on 07 total. Biondo 6 red and 9 thou under, Albrecht to round 4. Dylan Biondo now, 597 the dial in on the S10 left side, and a 552 for Braden Aker right side. Three thou, separate them, advantage. Braden, Aker, win light, Biondo, 009, dead on 8, take 14 thou. Aker, 6 and 2 above, no good. Eric Perchak, 590 the dial left side on the Mustang, and Dustin Stocksdale on a 604. 4 thou, separate them. It is absolutely nasty out there right now. Give it to Stocksdale, 4 dead, 610 total. Perchak 000 and 2 over, no good. Gets 12 thou behind. At this time, we'll take Dragsters for round 3 to lanes 3 and 4. Dragsters. For round 3 to lanes 3 and 4, car number J128. J128, you are the potential buy run for this round of Dragsters. So again, Dragsters for round 3 to lanes 3 and 4. Mike DeLeon gonna get the win light there. 14 dead, 9. Brent Nowitzki, 47 dead, 7, and 300 behind at the finish line. Mark Talmadge, left side, 605, the dial in on the Malibu. And Anthony Zaga, 618, right side. Zeg meets it coming on. 17 red, Talmadge, 15 and 200 under. Francis Vignola, 644 the dial in on the 3rd gen Camaro left side, and Steve Lenig. Lenig on a 615. 10,000. Separate them. Advantage going to the Vega wagon right side. Win light. Vega wagon 002. 1 above 0. 12 total. Vignola 12 and 13 thou over to be 13 thou behind. Lenny Wisniewski, left side, 544. The dial in, the first gen Camaro, and a 590 for the fourth gen right side. Wisniewski gonna get the win light, 33 dead on 2. Jeff Taylor, 568, the dial in, the 67 El Camino. And Chris Caparose on a 554. Caparose kicks it 5 thou red. Taylor 20. And dead on with a 1. Jeff Taylor to round 4. Daryl Tillman, 541 the dial left side, and Paul Stravinsky, a 571 right side. 4 thou, separate them up front, advantage, Tillman, win light, Tillman. 31 above 9, take 11 thou. Steve Dunn, 567, the dial in on the beautiful first gen Camaro left side, and Fran DeChico, a 557 right side. Steve Dunn gonna get the win light, 16. 2 above with a 2, take 6 thou. DeChico, 24, 2 above 0, no good. Kyle Bigley, 564, the dial in left side. And Reagan Fox on a 606. Bigley, 3 thou red. Reagan Fox missed it, put it dead on 3. Tyler Ryan, 615 the dial-in. Going to be looking over his shoulder at Billy Lieber. Lieber on a 554. Final call, Dragsters, round 3. Final call, Dragsters, round 3. We need you. Final call, Dragsters, round 3. We need you in the lanes. Billy Lieber going to pick up the win light. 9 dead, 2, 11 total. Get there, 27. Tyler Ryan, 26. Sets it down, 1 above, no good. Jeremy Popple on the buy run, 578 the prediction. $16, 1 above 2 for Jeremy Popple. Round 3 dragsters. Frank Mark 502 the dial in on the Race Tech left side, and Zach Rothenberger of 501 right side. Rothenberger 2 thou red. Frank Mark 18 dead on 8. Dalton rolls 438 the dial left side, gonna chase down the 462 of Tom Dauber. Going to Dalton, rolls left side, win light, Dalton, 008, take 5 thou to be one above with a 6. Kenny Crown 484 the dial left side, and Chet Dragon on a 643. $22 thou separate him advantage. Chet Dragon win light, give it to Chet Dragon. 14 dead, 115 total. Kenny Crown 36 and 36 thou behind at the finish line. Chet Dragon to round 4. Chris Wilson now 442 the dial left side, gonna chase down Don Buckowitz on a 476. One thou separate him advantage. Buckowitz win light, Wilson 15 and take 5-10 thou to turn on the lamp. 15 one above 3. Buckowitz 14 and one above 4, no good. Wilson to round 4. Dave Rubel, 463 the dial in left side, and Glenn Seward on a 482. Rubel, 13 dead on 9. Gonna pick up the win light as Seward, 13, breaks it out, 12 thou, taking 21. Had to take 9 thou or less. Nino Reginella left side 479 the prediction, and the shank Vince Schroeder on a 460. Reginella gonna pick up the win light 007 and one above one. Schroeder 7 red, dead on 2. Not gonna get the win light there. I'm sure we'll see him in the shootout shortly.
All right, we're gonna bring.
Round 4, no box. Round 4, no box. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Round 4, no box. Lanes 5 and 6. Billy Lieber.
No box, then so if I have to wait for him to come back around.
Billy Lieber, you are the potential buy run. So round 4, no box. Lanes 5 and 6. Round 4, no box, lanes 5 and 6. Billy Lieber. Billy Lieber, you are on the potential buy run. DeJaco getting the win light there. 14 dead on 5. Northrop missed it. Put it 11th out under. Matt Pizzolato, 446 the dial left side, and John Taylor Jr. on a 465 right side. Thou, separate them up front, advantage Pizzolato, win light Pizzolato, 002 and 2 above with an 8. Taylor 13 and a thou under, taking 18, had to take 17 or less. Bob Engelman, 448 left side, and Doc Dougherty, a 512 right side. Two thou red, right side, give the win light to Bob Engelman, 19 and 12 thou over. Jeff Taylor, 450 the dial in left side. Taking on Severn Johnson. Severn on a 472. Once again, no box. Round 4, lanes 5 and 6. Severn Johnson, 3 thou red. Taylor 13 and shuts it down early. And the last pair of round 3. Kyle Bigley, 441 to dial left side. Tom Husigian, a 493 right side. Thou, separate them, advantage, Bigley, win light, give it to Kyle Bigley, 19 and 13 thou, overtaken 11 thou. round 4, no box in the water. NHRA Pro ET World Champ. Mike Fornwalt, left side, 579 the dial-in, gonna chase down Chris Gagne on a 630. Gagne knocking it in deep. Might be swapping feet. Not too sure. Separate them up front, advantage. Gagne, win, light, give it to Fornwalt. Fornwalt, 42 dead on 2, take nothing. 0006 finish line, going Mike Fornwalt's way. Bob Flick, 548 the prediction left side, and Billy Lieber on a 589 right side. 6,000, separate them in advantage. Lieber, win light, give it to Billy Lieber. 16 and 5,000 under, taking 1,000. Bob Flick, 22 and a Honda under, no good. So that'll set up the pro final round between Billy Lieber and Mike Fornwalt. That'll be a nasty one. So at the conclusion of round 4, we will offer a time run to anyone who wants one for the second chance race. So again, at the conclusion of round 4, there will be a time run if you want it or need it for the second chance race. And then round 1 of the second chance race will be after round 5. So again, if you want or need a time run and you're in the second chance race, that'll be at the conclusion of round 4, and then at the conclusion of round 5, we will run round 1 of the second chance race. At this time, we'll make the first call out for round 4 top bulb door cars. Round 4 top bulb door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Steve Lenig, you are the potential buy run for round 4 top bulb door cars. So once again, round 4 top bulb door cars. Round 4 top bulb door cars, lanes 1 and 2.
right, final call, top bulb door cars. We are missing cars. We're getting ready to go. Most of the guys are down here. If you're the guy that's not, everybody else is waiting on you. Come on, top bulb door cars, last and absolute final call. Dragsters, you are 1 minute away from your call. Car 164P, I think that's Pizzolatto. You can check on that number. 164P will be the potential buy run for Dragsters. Absolute final call for door cars.
Round four, top bulb door cars. Gonna start off the round with a couple of S10s. And a really good matchup. Dylan Biondo left side, 597. The prediction, and Scotty Albrecht, a 580 right side. Biondo 12th out red, Albrecht 007, dead on 9. At this time, we'll take round four dragsters. Round four dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Round four dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Car number 164P. 164P, you are the potential buy run for round four dragsters. Mike De Leon, 638 the dial left side, and Dustin Stocksdale, 603 right side. 6 thou, separate him advantage. De Leon, win light, give it to Mike De Leon. 005 dead on 0-5 total. Stocksdale 11 dead, 9 and 15 thou behind at the stripe. Mark Talmadge, 604 the dial-in on the Malibu left side, and Jeremy Popple, a 580 right side. Talmadge in control, 003 and 35 out front. 003 dead on 3-6 total, taking 28. Popple 38 and 4 thou under. Talmadge to round 5. Lenny Wisniewski, 544 the dial left side, gonna chase down Jeff Taylor. Taylor, the El Camino, dialed in at a 568. Separate him, win light, Jeff Taylor, 004 and 4 thou under, taking 5 thou. Wisniewski, 009 and 4 thou under as well. Jeff Taylor to round 5. Reagan Fox, 605 the dial-in left side, and Billy Lieber, 554 and 200 to work with. Lieber, 1 dead, 4, 5 total. Lieber takes both of his entries to the next round. Shootout time run. Second chance shootout time run. You are on a very short standby. Second chance shootout time run. On a very short standby. Steve Dunn, 567 the dial-in on the Camaro left side, and a 541 for Daryl Tillman. Tillman, 8 thou red, Dunn, 26, 1 above. Steve Lenig on the buy run, 002 red, runs it out to a 613 on the 614 prediction. That'll close out round 4 top bulb door cars. Final call, round 4 dragsters, final call. Round 4 dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Final call, round 4 dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Frank Mark, as we roll into round 4 dragsters. Frank Mark 502 the dial left side, and Kyle Bigley. Bigley on a 442. Thou separate them in. Bigley 17. Oh my. Bigley 17, get behind 19. Frank Mark 000 breaks it out 3 thou. At this time we'll take the second chance shootout time run to lanes 1 and 2. Second chance shootout time run to lanes 1 and 2. Reginella gonna get the win light over Chet Dragon. 18 dead, 2 takes 6 thou. Dragon 24 dead on 2. Bob Engelman, 449 the dial left side, and Jimmy DeJaco. DeJaco on a 446. Engelman 006 and 12 thou overtaking 13 thou. That'll bring up Chris Wilson 442 the dial, and Dalton Rolls a 438 right side. Thou separate them, advantage. Dalton rolls 003 and 2 over. Wilson 17 take 20 to be 12 thou under, had to take 8 or less. Dalton rolls to the next round. Dave Rubel 463 the dial-in on the Dragster left side, and Jeff Taylor a 449. Thou separate them, advantage, going to Rubel, win light, give it to Dave Rubel. How about one total, 000, dead on one, Rubel to the next round, 13 dead, 7. No bueno for Jeff Taylor. That'll bring up the bye run. Matt Pizzolato on a 446. Pizzolato 12 up front, runs it down to 2 over.
once again, if you're in that high roller slash second chance race slash whatever you want to call it, 5K to win, and you want a time run, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2 at this point. So once again, if you're in that 5K second chance race and you need a time run, you got to come on down to the lanes now. You got cars lined up in lanes 1 and 2. You're coming out next. Right now we're going to give you guys a little break from me and B-Saw's voices. We're going to run some time runs here for the second chance race. So following that, we'll run the no box final. But right now we got second chance race time run in the staging lanes. If that's you and you want that time run, you're going to get on down here. Well, not sure who Jeannie left drive her whip, but they about sent it into the wall there. Jeannie's going to rethink that one. Hopefully that wasn't Dan in the car. All right, we're going to go ahead and make the call for that no box final to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, that no box final, we'd like to get you to 5 and 6 at this time. Just finishing up our second chance race time runs. We're winding down here. About 7 more pair or so. So no box final, go ahead and bring it up. If you're a round 5 door car, you are on a very short standby. Round 5 door car is on a very short standby. Potential buy 1717, I believe that's Lieber. Alright, so if that number is right, and that is Lieber, he's still in both, so we will run the no box final, and then we're going to give him a little bit of time yet. So right now, the only thing we're focusing on is the no box final. it looks like we got about 2 pair of car left for the shootout time run. Then we're going to move into the no box final. We will hold off just a moment or two on the top bulb door cars as Billy Lieber has to run the final and then come back. So we got one more double entry that we're trying to accommodate here, so we'll run that no box final, maybe put a drag on the track or so, give it a little bit of time before we call round 5 door cars. Here it comes, no box final, first champion of the day. Gonna get a $1,000 pro bonus, the winner right now, between Mike Fornwalt and Billy Lieber. So gather around the fence, here it comes, no box final. 10K Friday here at the 6th annual Numidia Spring 150. Drivers bump it in, here we go. 009 to an 021. Fornwalt left side, got the advantage at the stripe. Mike Fornwalt, your pro winner. 009, 2 over the dial, takes 13 thou stripe over Billy Lieber, who was 21, also 2 over. So congratulations to Mike Formwell picking up the no box $1,000 pro bonus. He's going to move over into what is now forecasted to be the round of 8. So we're going to give those top bulb door cars just a little bit of time. Billy Lieber's got to get turned around, so got to give him some time yet. But be on standby. Top bulb door cars will be calling you in a minute or two for your round 5. All right, so just looked over the paperwork here, and actually, Billy Lieber is the possible buy for top bulb door cars. So we're going to go ahead and make that call because he doesn't have an opponent. He's going to be on a freebie. If all goes according to plan, we're expecting 7 cars. So we're going to go ahead and make the call for round number next. That's round 5, top bulb door cars. Billy Lieber in the 17-17 entry, sitting on the potential buy run. All right, we're making the call for dragsters. Dragsters 3 and 4 need you now. Car 152, I think that's Rubel. You can come on down to lane 7 or hang off to the side, but we will take dragsters. Round 5 dragsters. Today's 10K main event. We have made the call for top bulb door cars. They're gathering in 1 and 2. We got most of the field. Still looking for a few cars there as well. We will take dragsters now. All right, small correction. We had a dragster pulling a 5 and 6, so we're going to go ahead and put the dragsters in 5 and 6. Dragsters, we're looking for you. Lanes 5 and 6. A little lane change there. 5 and 6. $5K second chance race, you are on standby. There's still time to get in on that. So if you just went out in the main event, well, heck, you don't need a time run, so why not go buy in on that? So we're still accepting entries for the second chance race. Round 1 of the second chance race is on standby right now. We're about to fire up the top bulb door cars, and dragsters are gathering now. We're put out a final call for dragsters. Round 5 main event dragsters final call. Lanes 1 and 2, suit them up. Helmets on, let's go. Suit them up. we go, round 5 door cars. I gotta tell you, a lot of the heavy hitters went out early today. Not that the remaining drivers are not hitters, but watched a lot of the big dogs go out early today. We got Mark Talmadge taking on Scotty Albrecht right now on the line. 6:04 for Talmadge here in the 79 Malibu. Albrecht gonna stay with the 580 over there in the far lane. $10,000 to win. First day here at the Spring 150. And we got a good one. 14,000 the difference. Mark Talmadge is 001. Oh my goodness. Wow. Best package of the weekend here. Mark Talmadge going to lay claim to that. 001 is dead zero. 1,000 package for Mark Talmadge. Scott Albrecht, 15 and 1 overhead, nothing for him. Yikes, getting tight here. A lot of good packages being thrown out today. Oh, we got another good one, 7 to 11. 4,000 going to De Leon over Lennox. Wow, another great race here. Mike De Leon turning on the electricity, left side, 007 is dead 6, 13 total. As Steve Lennig was 11, dead 5, 16 total. So 13 pack to a 16 pack, 3,000 going to Mike De Leon there. See if we can keep this going with a heads up run. 568 the dial a pair here between Steve Dunn and Jeff Taylor. Taylor over there in the El Camino, got the flames on it. Dunn in the beautiful ragtop here, first gen. 003 green is done. 009 red is Taylor done for the day. So Steve Dunn moving into round number next, 003 and 1 over the dial. All right, listen up in the pits. Listen up, you second chance guys. We're making the call. Door cars for the second chance race, the lanes 1 and 2. Brock Mosier on the possible buy run. And here's Billy Lieber on his buy run. A little bit late, not like Billy, 51 and 2,000 under. So Billy bowed out in the no box entry. He's keeping on strong here in the top bulb side of things. We're going to move into dragsters now. So door car, second chance race. Door car, second chance race, round number 1. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Brock Mosier in the Vega on the possible buy for round 1. Pair of quicker dragsters here to move into the lawn car portion of things here. Matt Pizzolatto, 448, the dial left side, taking on that 439 of Dalton Rolls. Dalton out in Muncie. Rolls Amusement Extraordinaire. Guy's got like 10 different businesses. I can't keep track. He's opening up a different business every week. Doing our signs for us now. Big checks. Want to thank Dalton for that. Long time Numidia racer. Pizzolatto going to go in first. Dalton going to follow. Tree fires. Here we go. Oh, 1,000 red for Dalton. Yeah, that's a tough one for Rolls as he is dead on the dial. His opponent goes under the dial. Rolls 1,000 red on this end, and that was it. got Nino and Bob Engelman on the line. I think Robbie Rubbers calls him the American, I think. Nino went to a final here at our summit a couple weeks ago, runner-up. He's dialed 479 here, Engelman 448. Well, might have jinxed him by talking him up there. Nino's 005 red ending his day. Engelman would have been tough, 009. 2 over the dial, 450 at 153, so got one more pair here. We need door cars for the second chance race, $5,000 to win. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Door cars for the second chance race, need you now. Final pair here, Steve Dunn and Kyle Bigley, 463. Well, that's not Steve Dunn. That's Dave Rubel. They got the same car number. Steve Dunn used to have a V on the end of his. This is Dave Rubel, 463. We already announced Steve Dunn's run. Taking on Kyle Bigley here. Got to look out the window, not the screen. The screen will lie to you. The window will never lie. We'll have to put a V on Dunn's car next time he comes up. Anybody's race, 5 thou between them, 14 to a 19. Somebody ripped it. 14 and dead zero is Kyle Bigley taking 7 thou stripe on Dave Rubel, who was 19 and also dead on 21. So 14 to a 21, 7 thou, the difference between those packages going to Kyle Bigley. All right, we're going to make the final call for the second chance race door cars, and we're putting out the call. We need second chance race dragsters, the 3 and 4 dragsters. Go ahead, bring it up. right, so Frank Zeg takes the win there. Over, I think that was Evan Paus. 20 total for Zeg. In the 5K second chance race, we got Kyle Core. And the Eggenberger Nova, not sure if it's Mike or Neil or who's in the car, but 617 the dial to a 615 here for Kyle Core. Even on the tree, 5 thou separate them. Going to the Eggenberger car, 22 to a 27 at the stripe. Give it to the Nova. 22 is dead on to be 24 total. Kyle was mathematically ineligible on that one. Here comes Cody and Rich Manginelli on the line now. 639 for Hoover here, left side. 589 for Rich. Old school versus new school. 12 to an 8, forward thou going to Manginelli at the stripe. Cody's going to get it done. Rich left him around there. He, fourth thou, not much advantage, but he drove it 2 over to be 15 thou behind as Hoover was 12 and dead on to be 14 total on the package. Cody moving on. Here comes Big Pete. Pete Biondo, 591 out of Maspeth, New York, taking on Scott Popple. 605 for Popple. Biondo's got 9 thou to work with off the let-go, 11 to a 20. Gonna convert that one into a win light. 11, take 34 to be 1 over. Scott was 9 thou behind off the hit and 300 over the dial. Comes another Hoover Camaro. I don't know if, is Brian in the car? All right, so it's not Lorelei, it's Brian. 646 here for Brian, 650 the dial for Evan. Okay, so that's Evan. That wasn't Evan earlier. Similar car number. The other guy was 422T. This one's 322T, but Paust is up now, 650 over there. 004 red for the Hoover Camaro. Evan Paust picking up the win, 11. Both drivers driving under. Evan moving on. Seventh out advantage for Sean Ford, but does not get it done. Daryl Tillman taking the win, 34 and dead on. 40 total gets it done as Ford was under by 18th out, took 31. Here he comes, Dylan Biondo, 596 on the S10. Taking on Big Ed. Ed Bigley, 563 in the Firebird. Pretty pretty even here off the let go. 17 to a 20. 3 thou going to Dylan at the stripe. Give it to Dylan. 17 takes 3 thou stripe to be 1 over. Ed was 20 and 1 over. Found himself behind at the finish. Gonna end his day. Comes Erica Rolls now. I got to get used to saying that. Who's in the, it's not Alex in it. Who's in?
Alistair Williams.
Oh, Alistair. Okay, yeah, I know that name. Alistair Williams over there in the Albinson car. Alistair's out and away with a 005, baby. Erica's trying to track him down. She's late. Oh my goodness. You cannot make it up. The Alistair Williams entry going to move on to round 2. 005, 1 over, taking 64 thou is Erica was 77 green and dead on. Just late on the let go for Erica there. The car ran the number for her, but 7X87. Okay, that's Mason Fix. This is B-Saw's buddy. 694 here for Mason. Taking on the 574 of Jim Carty. We got a good one. Mason's got him cut in half, 6 to a 12. But gives it back on a double breakout. Ouch. Double breakout win by 1 thou goes to Jim Carty. Mason was under by 3. Jim was only under by 1. Well, actually, it was 2 thou between the two, but Jim Carty going to move on here. But Rob Croce now, trip 5, sticking with it. Been with it all day. 5:55. Give the head start over to Reagan Fox, 605, 69 model Nova over there, 421 small block. Nice wheels up launch there for Croce. He's going to take the win here as Reagan fouled it away. 14th out of the pink for Reagan. Croce would have been tough with that 005. Both drivers breaking out. A lot of breakouts here. Broken record continuing on. They're just getting better and better as the day goes on, I guess. Got Francis Vignola pulling up tower side now, 644, taking on the 589 prediction of Keith Albinson. The big green Albinson truck over there. Keith going to be done here, 7 thou red for Keith. Francis Vignola 19 and 5 thou under going to move on. I think that's Steve Ryan in the car, 13 green to Jeff Taylor's 13 red. Just inverted reaction times there. Red light start for Taylor. Ryan gonna move on. All right, listen up, boys and girls. 8 of you remain for the 10K main event, also known as the quarterfinals. So I'm going to give you your matchups, and we're going to pair you off in the back of the lane. So here you go. Talmadge, Mark Talmadge with lane choice over Billy Lieber. Steve Dunn with lane choice over Matt Pizzolato. Mike DeLeon, lane choice over Kyle Bigley. And Mike Fornwalt will have lane choice over Bob Engelman. So once again, that's Talmadge over Lieber, Dunn over Pizzolato, DeLeon over Bigley, and Fornwalt over Engelman. We need you guys to the back of the lanes for pairings. 008 to an 029, 21 thou advantage going out to Steve Sisko over Jack Grader. And Steve Sisko going to take the win on the brakes. 008 takes 11 thou to be 2 over. All right, here he comes, my man, Jerome Paust, 736 the dial. In the Pinto. 22 is Jerome to Mike LaRose's 20. Anybody's race, double breakout, gonna go right side. That's Mike LaRose, still reading off the ladder here. So LaRose was under by 4 thou. And Jerome was under by 11. They're 7th out of the difference, going right side. I believe that's one of the Harbaughs. 465 here left side to the 460 of Vince Schroeder in the Biondo lane. Slowly but surely getting all the names in, but we'll have it for tomorrow. Vince Schroeder in a world of hurt. Well, the car ran the number for Vince, but he was 400 behind on the hit. 006 was Harbaugh, 1 over the dial, taking 26, and into round 2, today's 5K second chance race. Once again, we've called the quarterfinal round of today's main event to the lanes for pairing. You can head on back and see Big Vin back in the back of the lanes there. You'll get paired up. You need that quarterfinal of the main event to the lanes. Here comes Ricky Harbaugh now, the other Harbaugh, 460 the dial here left side in a 2015 Miller chassis. Give a slight head start over to Jeff Serra. 478 the dial for Jeff, ever tough. Left side missed it and it cost him. Jeff Serra taking the win. 29 takes 13 thou to be 1 over. man mailer now, 507 here in the 98 Spitzer chassis. Gonna leave first over Kyle Coltrera. Kyle, 455 the dial. To work with for Coltrera, should get it done. Yeah, he's too good of a driver to give him 300. Kyle Coltrera, 008 on the brakes for the win. If you're trying to get any last minute goodies, I think the rumor is the concession stand will close around 7, so got about an hour left. If you're trying to get any food before the evening turns into the later hour here, we're going to close down the concession stand probably around 7 o'clock. Here comes the shoe, Anthony Plantania, 456, Tower Side Lane, taking on Jacko, Jack the Quack, 438. Jack's got 10, 8 to an 18 at the stripe. Give it to the Quack, 008 takes 002 stripe to be 2 over. B00 take 00 for Jack the Quack. Absolute final call for the second chance race. Absolute final call. If you're not here, you are significantly late. We have also called the quarterfinals in to get paired up, but absolute final call for first round of the second chance race.
Frank Mark Jr., 487 the dial left side, and Jeff Wisniewski, a 483 right side. Six thou, separate them, advantage, Frank Mark Jr., win light, Frank Mark Jr. That'll bring up Greg Hicks, 472 the dial-in, all the way from the left coast, and Paul Campanella on a 467. Thou, separate them, it is nasty up front. Greg Hicks, 12 dead, 5. 17 total, take 22. Campanella, 13, bails out, puts it 2 over, no good. Greg Hicks to round 2. John Taylor Jr., 464 the dial-in left side, and Alex Albinson on a 440. 16 thou, separate them, and one of them 16. Give the win light to the 16 light. 16 dead, 6, take 5 thou. Albinson, 000 puts it 2 over to be 5 thou behind. John Taylor Jr. to round 2. Jimmy DeJaco, left side, 447 the dial-in. And Mark Ernest to 471. Ernest typically a little bit faster and has traction issues, and so we put the slow motor in it. Seems to be getting down all right today. Ernest in control by about 400s. Give the win light to Mark Ernest, 12 and 5 thou under. DeJaco missed it and put it 17 thou under. Ernest to round 2. Tyler Ryan, 480 the dial left side, and Mark Price, a 467 right side. Tyler Ryan, 008 and 17 thou out front. Give the win light to Tyler Ryan, 008, one above 9. Pricey, 25, take 13. Break it out, 11 thou. And to take 2 thou or less. Matt Shell, left side, 463 on the dial-in board, and Dalton Rolls, a 439. Thou, separate them, advantage, Matt Shell, win light, give it to Matt Shell. 15, 1 above 4, taking 3 thou, Rolls. 18, 1 above 4, I'd say he probably got on the brakes down there, stayed behind 3 thou. Tom Husigian, 494 the dial left side, and Dana Boshin, a 467 right side. Husigian, 1 thou red, Dana Boshin, 003 dead on 7, lays down 10 total. And that'll bring up Brock Mosier, 538 on the dial-in board, little Vega wagon. 009 and 3 thou under for Brock Mosier to round out round number 1 of the second chance shootout. Round of 8 cars left. The 10K. Pretty solid New York racer matchup. Mark Talmadge left side, 604 the Dylan. The 79 Malibu. Going to be looking over at Billy Lieber, the Chevy twice. Dialed in at a 554. Both of these guys have been nasty all day long. Both cars the same, I would say exactly the same red. Separate them, advantage going to Mark Talmadge, win light. Give it to Mark Talmadge, 10 and a thou under. Lieber, 22 and 18 thou under. Talmadge, 2-4 cars. Mike DeLeon, 637, the dial left side, and Kyle Bigley, a 442. With the advantage and the win light. Give it to Mike DeLeon, 38, dead on 6. Bigley missed it. He's 52 up front and 5 thou under. Mathematically ineligible for K money. Mike Fornwalt, 578. The prediction, the no boxer. And Bob Engelman. Engelman on a 450. Engelman, 12 thou red. Fornwalt, 001 and 7 thou under. Fornwalt, 2-4 cars. At this time, we'll take door cars for round 2 to the shootout. Door cars for round 2 of the shootout to lanes 1 and 2. Door cars, round 2 of the shootout, lanes 1 and 2. Steve Dunn, 566 the dial in left side, and Matt Pizzolato, 447 right side. Thou separate them advantage. Dunn, win light. Steve Dunn, 21 dead 6. 25 and 1 above with a 3 is no good for Pizzolato.
All right, we have called round 2 of the 5K second chance race. So we want door cars 1 and 2, and we will now call dragsters to 3 and 4 for the $5,000 second chance race. So for that 5K Friday night race, round 2, we will take you to the lanes. Round 2. We're down to the semifinals of the 10 grander. Ladder will be Mike Fornwalth, lane choice over De Leon. Mark Talmadge, lane choice over Steve Dunn. So 4 left in the main event. Not calling you yet, but you are on a ladder.
All right, so once again, we need those dragsters for the second chance race. Dragsters, go ahead, bring it up, park it in 3 and 4. We are suited up. We are fired up for the door car side of things here in the second chance race. So go ahead, bring it up, dragsters. It will not be long before you will be pulled, so go ahead, bring it up, dragsters. We're looking for you. That was the beautiful 67 Chevy 2 of Martin Flegel here in the tower side lane, 557. The prediction taking on Frank Zeg out of New Jersey. Frank dialed in 531. Is that a Brett over there? I don't know. It looks like it. A couple of those cars look the same. We got a race, 8 now, the difference. 002 is Flegel. Oh, man. Flegel's going to beat himself up there. 002 takes 15 thou to break it out 1 little thousandths. Had to get inside 14. Frank Zeg, no slouch, though. 16 total. 10 dead 6 for Frank Zeg. A lot of good racing here at Numidia this weekend so far to kick it off. Been a good Friday. Got Hoover Racing Camaro now. That's Cody, 639 here in the left lane. The Rapid Race Fuel, newly sponsored left lane. 617 over there for the Eggenberger car. Could be Neil, could be one of the Calabro brothers. I don't know. They got 2 numbers on the car, now their one's crossed off, so you get what you get.
You got a minute.
003 red is Hoover, fouls it away off the let go. 26 green for the Eggenberger car. Gonna make his way into round 3 of the 5K second chance race. I'm gonna step off the mic and hop back on here in a minute or two. I'll be right back. Well, heck, I stepped away and I missed my favorite driver. This time, Steve Sisko's going to take the win. The Tillman car, big time red. I went over to help out Big Bobby, and I missed Robbie Rubbers laying it down. The other guy was red. Robbie, I think, was 24, if I could see the screen correctly. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Robert's into round number next. He wins that 5K. We're all going to Mustang Sally's. On Robbie. Guaranteed. Big time green in the right. Mosier's got it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there in the right side. Launching problems there. Big time green. Brock was 005 sailing away off the throttle and into round 3. Here come the Biondo boys. Pete's up first, 590. Here in the Firebird left side, taking on the Tempest. That's Scott Tate, 608 the dial for Scott. 85 model. Pete's got 10, 008 to an 018. Double 08 takes 008 stripe, but it was a double breakout. Pete was only under by 3 thou. Scott was under by 5 thou. So 2,000's going to Biondo here in round 2 of the second chance race. Here comes the other Biondo, this time Dylan, 597 on the S10. Hailing from Middle Village, New York, taking on Evan Paus in the Vega Wagons, 648 for Evan. Evan gonna light it first. Dylan's in. Now we got a good one, 004 to an 015. 11th thou going to Paus. Can he get it done? He does. Double breakout win going to Evan Paus. Dylan was out by 11. Paus was out by 9 thou. So the double breakouts continue as the day rolls on. Comes Jim Cardy now, right side, out of Hatfield, PA, 574 on the board. Going to give the head start over here to the left side, Francis Fignola, 643. .23 to a 008. Jim Cardy in control here. Oh no. Jim left him around. Francis, 23 green, parks it. 43 dead on the dial to take 9th out of stripe. Tough break there for Jim. Might have been a wrong decision at the finish. Rob Croce now, triple nickel, 555, taking on Steve Ryan, 64 Chevy 2, 621 the dial. Couple of first gens doing battle, here they go, 18 to a 004, Steve Ryan with the advantage, but gives it back. .004 for Steve Ryan, takes 21,000 stripe to break it out, 6 little thousandths. Had to get inside 15 or less, does not. Rob Croce, 18 dead on, is 19 total to move his way into round 3. Got a good matchup on the starting line right here. John Taylor Jr., 464. Taking on Jeff Serra in the Biondo lane. Jeff, 478. Missed it, in trouble. Taylor left 22 thou behind on the starting line to Sarah, who's going to take the win here. 23 driving by the tree to be one over. Takes 11th thou over John. Comes Harbaugh, might be Mike, 465 here left side. Taking on K-Money, Kyle Coltrera, Elliott Main, 456 for Kyle. We'll take that semifinal round of the 10K, take that semi-final round of the $10,000 main event to the staging lanes at this time. Burn down happening here. Right side gonna bump it in first, that's Kyle. Kyle's got 10, 005 to an 015, at the stripe. Coltrera is going to go dead egg, 5 total. Wow, so Harbaugh was also dead 0. Both drivers dead 0. Difference at the start was your margin of victory. 15 to a 005, 10 thou going to Kyle Coltrera. Yeah, some pretty stellar racing happening here. Late into the rounds. Yeah, that's just day one. We got a lot of money to give away. We got 2 full days of racing to go. Got $5,000 to give away for the shootout. Another $5,000 second chance race tomorrow evening. I think they're doing some kind of dessert bar over there. I think Andrew was telling me about. They're going to do some desserts and goodies over there tomorrow afternoon. We'll announce that. Frank Mark Jr. now 488 in his race tech. Taking on Jacko. Uh-oh. Couple of Numidia guys here. 439 for Jack. Oh, it's a killer run. 2 to a 1. 001 to 002. Give it to 002 of Frank Mark Jr. 12 total. 002, 1 hunt over, takes 4th out stripe over Jacko, who was 001. 16 total for Jack. I mean, it was right there, just the wrong round to do it. Frank Mark Jr. going to move on. Here comes Greg Hicks now. 2007 Mullis, 470 the dial. In a slight head start over Dana Boshin, 467 for Dana. Out of Monton, PA. Monton or Monton? Monton? Is that actually how it's pronounced? I've said Monton for years. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, they're former Maple Grove drivers, so that makes sense. 12 to a 28. Dana got the advantage. Dana's going to light the bulb. 12 is dead on the dial to be 21 total, locking out that 28 reaction time of Greg Hicks. Mathematics did not add up for Greg. Comes Matt Shell now, 463 for Matt. Taking on my second favorite driver, Mark Ernest, 470 for Mark. Identical reaction times. Give it a coin flip. Oh, wow. Both drivers identical. Both drivers dead on the dial. The difference is 2 thou going to Mark Ernest. 13 dead 5 to Matt Shell's 13 dead 7. Tight race there. Mark Ernest picking up the win. Here comes Zach Besaw, the announcer. I think I stepped out of the room. I missed his 000. He got pulled for the bye. Even pairing. He's going to face off against Tyler Ryan. Tyler wheeling the long car this time, usually in the Camaro. 480 the dial for Ryan, right side. Besaw over here, left side, 669. See what he can put together. Esau is going to move his way into round 3 as Ryan lets go 005 red. Both drivers out the back under the dial. Zach Besaw going to move on.
Round 3 of the 5K will take door cars lanes 1 and 2, dragsters lanes 3 and 4. Semifinals of the 10K rolling around the corner. Semifinals, Mike Fornwall left side, 577 the dial-in. NHRA Pro ET World Champion, gonna chase down the 637 dial-in of Mike DeLeon. Frank Mark Jr., you are the potential buy run in the 5K, round 3 of the 5K. 13,000, separate them up front, advantage going to Fornwall left side. Win light, give it to Mike Fornwall, 14, 1 above 0. Take 34, De Leon, 27, and 3 over, no good. Who will face Mike Fornwall in the 10K final round? Will it be Mark Talmadge, the Malibu, dialed in at a 604 out of Williamson, New York? Or will it be Steve Dunn, the green first-gen Camaro, has gotten multiple Best Appearing awards, trying to pick up a 10K check, dialed in at a 568. Yep, all door car semifinals. 3,000, separate them up front, advantage, Talmadge, win light. Give it to Steve Dunn, 10 and 10,000 over. Talmadge, 7, take 41. Break it out, 38,000.
All right, we're looking for second chance race, $5,000 second chance race. Door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters to 3 and 4. Frank Mark Jr. Frank, you're sitting on a possible buy. Forecasted for the buy. Should be odd pairing this round. We'll see what happens. But Frank, you can go over to lane 7. We need all of our door cars and all of our dragsters for the second chance race. Absolute final call for the second chance race. We are officially missing one entry. We are missing one car, so absolute final call for the second chance race. Oh, and what do you know? The guy we're missing is our buy run. That's Frank Martin Jr., so... All right, we got everybody. Go ahead, suit them up. Lanes 1 and 2, helmets on. We're ready to roll. All right, here we go. Second chance race, Brock Mosier, Evan Paus. Brock here in the left lane, as he always is. 540 on the Vega, 646 for the other Vega. So we got a pair of Vega wagons about to do battle. One's got the flames, one's going clean white. Oh, baby, it's a good one. 1 to a 2. 001, 002 at the finish. Give it to Paust. Double breakout win going to Evan Paust. Both drivers were killer on this end. 001 for Mosier, 002 for Paust. 3,000, the difference in the double breakout, going to go to Evan Paust. The hits keep on coming. Here's Rob Croce now. Going to dial it down from that triple nickel. He's dialed 554 out of East Rockaway, New York, here left side. Taking on the Eggenberger Nova over there, that gold-looking Nova, 617. It looks like they might have wiped off the number. Maybe it is Eggenberger in the car. Maybe Neil's in there. Oh, senior? Okay. Red light start for the Eggenberger car. Well, Croce dialed it down and he went 4th thou under. He was 005 off the let go. And 4th thou under. Going to move on into round 4. Pair of boneheads on the, great drivers, pair of great drivers on the lines. That's Robbie Rubbers and Pete Biondo. They fouled up the lanes pool, and front to back they got each other. So a pair of my heroes on the line right now. Rob Domino, 514 left side into Cuddy. Taking on the Terminator, 588 for Peter. All the bragging rights here at the top end of the garage. Oh no. Let him go, Rob. Pete Biondo is going to be puffing his chest up there in the garage with the bragging rights on that one. He's 001, 1 over. Rob was a little late. Car worked out for him. He was dead on. But that 001 of Pete just can't do it. All right, we got Steve Cisco. Is that what, Scott Albrecht's truck there? Cisco wheeling a borrowed ride, 581 over there on the right side. 643 here for Francis Vignola. Put a couple of laps together today. So Cisco wheeling the Albrecht truck. It's a good one. Teens a pair, 10 to a 15. 5 thou going to Francis Vignola. At the stripe, Francis going to get it done here. Steve was 15 and dead on, but 1 thou behind at the finish. Francis 10 driving by the tree and 12 thou over. Got Frank Zeg now. So 531 here for Zeg. We got Zach Besaw, 668, 94 Model S10 over there. Anybody's race, 6 thou, separate them here. 6 thou, separate them here. 16 thou, separated them down there. Frank Zay going to take the win, 17 and dead on the dial. It's 26 total. Misa, 23 and 1 over, done for the day. Well, Rob lost. I guess none of us are going to Mustang Sally's tonight. House money, I guess. 468 here for Dana Boshin, 2018 Race Tech. Looking at 10 grand final. We'll take the 10 grand final. 10K main event. Bring it on down. Jeff Serra, 478 right side. Looking across from Dana. Watson McDaniel sponsored car. Not sure what kind of business that is, but give him a shout out. It was nasty on this one. This end, 9 to an 11. Jeff Serra, the 11 bulb, going to get it done. Dead on is 20 total. Taking 5,000 stripe. So Sarah's going to move on. Comes Kyle Coulter, Mark Ernest now, 457 for Kyle. He's in the rapid race fuel lane here, left side, 472 for Ernest. Well, troubles for Mark Ernest. On the launch there, big time red. Kyle, 007 under the dial on the win. Got Frank Mark going to take his buy run. All right, we got one half of the final up here. We need the other half. 10K main event final.
Final round for 10 grand. Couple of first generation Camaros, couple of bad dudes. Last year's NHRA Pro ET World Champion. Mike Fornwall, right side, 577, the dial-in. And Steve Dunn. Dunn on a 568. Fornwall won the no-box side. Won pro here a couple weeks ago, trying to pick up the first big check of the year. Tree drops. Fornwall is in control by 300. Down there kicking it. Give the win light to Mike Fornwall. The bottom bulber gets it done for 10 grand. He's 10 up front, 2 above with a 130, 1 total, and Steve Dunn mathematically ineligible. Mike Fornwall gets the first big check of the season here at Numidia Dragway. So the ladder, down to 8 cars in the 5K shootout. Car number 1432, Biondo with lane choice over car number 1357, Zeg. Car number 322T, Paust with lane choice over car number 139M, Sarah. Car number 1179, Croce with lane choice over car number 1580, Vignola. And then car number 135M, Mark with lane choice over car number 43, Coltrera. We'll go ahead and bring you guys into the lanes. Again, the ladder is as follows. Biondo, lane choice over Zeg. Paus, lane choice over Sarah. Croce, lane choice over Vignola. Mark with lane choice over Coltrera. Bring them on down into the lanes. down to 8 cars in the 5K second chance shootout. Frank Zag, left side, 530 the dial-in, and Peter Biondo. Biondo, the Terminator, dialed in at a 588. Seven thou, separate them advantage, going to Biondo, win light, give it to Peter Biondo. 11, 1 above 0, take 16 thou. Zag, 18, 1 above 9, no good. Robert Croce, 554 the dial left side, gonna chase down the 643 of FJ Vignola. Taking our time bumping in. Both of them flicker it on. Tree fires. 5 thou. Separate them advantage. Vignola, win light. Give it to Vignola. 30 dead 4. 34 total has the 35 light of Croce locked out. Jeff Sarah, left side, 473 the dial-in. Dialed it down a few hundreds. Taking on Evan Paust. Paust on a 644. Separate them, advantage, Jeffrey, win light, Paust. Evan Paust, 32, and a thou under. Sarah, 28, take 8 thou to be 5 thou under. Frank Mark Jr., left side, 487 on the dial-in board, and Kyle Coltrera, K Money, dialed in at a 458. 3,000, separate them, advantage, left side, win light, give it to Frank Mark Jr., 004, dead 9, take 12,000. Coltrera, 007, bails out, one above with an 8. Frank Mark Jr. down to 4 cars in the 5K. Mike Fornwalt, we need you to the winner's circle. Mike Fornwalt, we need you to the winner's circle, please. So semifinals of the 5K. You guys are on standby, but this is the ladder. It'll be Frank Mark Jr. with lane choice over Evan Paust. Peter Biondo with lane choice over FJ Vignola. Again, you guys are on standby. And it's Frank Mark Jr. with lane choice over Evan Paust. Peter Biondo with lane choice over FJ Vignola. Semifinals 5K shootout. FJ Vignola, 642 the dial-in on the third gen Camaro left side, and the Terminator, Peter Biondo. Biondo on a 589, the first gen Firebird. Vignola 9,000 red, Peter Biondo 005, 13,000 under. So who will face the Terminator in the final round for 5K? Will it be Frank Mark Jr., who is still backing up from his burnout? Dialed in at a 488? Or will it be Evan Paust, who has been sitting there patiently waiting for Frank Mark to back up in the Vega wagon? Dialed in at a 644. Separate them, advantage. Paust win like, give it to Evan Paust. 27 dead on 6, take 14 thou. Frank Mark Jr. 36 up front and 11 thou over. So it will be Peter Biondo and Evan Paust in the final round for 5K. At this time, we'll take our 5K shootout final round. 5K shootout final round will take you into the lanes. Peter Biondo with lane choice. Final round for the 5K shootout. Evan Paus left side, the Vega wagon dialed in at a 644. Taking on the Terminator, Peter Biondo on a 588. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Biondo goes in first, Paus to follow. Tree drops. Biondo in control by 18 thou. Take it to the finish line. Give the win light to the Terminator. 24, one above with a 3. Paus 42, take 19. Breaks it out 24 thou.
All right, so I'll go ahead and sign us off for the day. A little bit of a slow start this morning, but man, we ran like clockwork the rest of the day. A lot of good racing here on the first day of the 6th annual Spring 150, but we're going to go ahead and hand it over to Frank. But before we do, we're going to give you guys a little heads up about the morning. We got a 9:30 start time. That's going to be Run for the Money. Most of you are familiar with how we do that here at the 150, but if you're not, it's basically a bogey race where you're going to dial the car in the morning. It's a time run, no delay, no nothing. You don't have to figure nothing out. Just put a dial on the car. Computer will calculate the packages, and we're going to give some prizes and some money away in the morning. So look for a 9:30 start time, no box, in the lanes. Probably call you at 10 of 9:20, so going to go ahead and sign off. I want to thank everybody for coming out for all the great racing today, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow for 20K.